Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is 4:30 Central Time, and welcome back to Herb Park Pool in Appleton, Wisconsin. Warm-ups are finishing up here for the Friday evening session of the 26th Annual Bird Bath Invitational. I'm Mike Manaloni with the live stream crew. We got Tony Hagen out here. Brad McPeak will be back, and we're going to be bringing you all the action for the meet, which will be starting at 4:45. So in about 15 minutes, we'll be starting up here. Our first event's going to be event number 9, the girls 200-meter freestyle, and we'll be bringing you all the action here from Herb Park Pool, so stay tuned for that. I'll run through a few things with things going on in and around the pool here for those of you watching at home or watching here on the pool deck. Our concessions are open, featuring meats from Jacob's Meat Market. Stop by the concessions located in the pavilion just outside the main pool area. Food trucks on site include Kona Ice, Travel and Tom's Coffee, the official caffeine partner of the live stream, and always Brick Oven Pizza, always pepperoni cannoli they call themselves, but it's Brick Oven Pizza that they make fresh right here. So check that out in the parking lot just outside the pool area. Bella's Custom Design is on site. Bella's, you probably know them from other swim meets, and they're our official apparel provider for you can get all the logos and decals you want on your t-shirts, sweatshirts, towels, tank tops, sweatpants. Check them out in the pavilion, just inside the main entry to the pool. And right across the hall from them is Flip Turn Tags. You want the bag tags, official logoed apparel, items, accessories, croc pins, stickers, all the things you need to keep your spirit going. And Ellsmore Swim Shop is located here on the pool deck, so check them out. You can want some new goggles or a new suit, and you can pick them up there. Oh yes, this is a picture from last year, but thank you to our officials for doing a great job as always here at the bird bath. And of course, it wouldn't be the bird bath without the Spirit Award. And my partner in crime here, Tony, is the one who designed and built the 2 trophies that we have. One, the original, I think, is looking at this, is on the left, and then the new one was on the right. The original is for the large. We now have a large team award, and the second one is for the small team award. And we check out the website. Today's Spirit theme is the beach. So we've been seeing a lot of beach theme dress and apparel and accessories all over the pool deck here. The Bird Bath Spirit Award will be awarded on Sunday, and the team will get a chance to take this trophy home with them and show it off at their team for the next year, and then they bring it back for the next year's Bird Bath. So as warm-ups are just finishing up here, we're going to be with you here in about 10 minutes. We'll be starting up the evening session with the national anthem and the first event, the girls 200-meter freestyle.
Platinum sponsor, Croco Aquatic Resources. We now ask you to please rise if you are able, remove your hats, and direct your attention to our nation's flag high atop the water slide as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Performing the anthem is Caitlin Jelinski, Claire Torbeck, Hannah Meyer, and Emily Zymet.
Oh, say can you Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And that was national anthem by members of the FCY swim team, the Orcas. And we're going to be getting started here shortly with Event 9, the girls' 200-meter freestyle. If you were just watching and you heard a little bit of a feedback hum on the live stream just before the anthem, I apologize for that. Not sure why that happened, but we'll check into that and make sure it doesn't happen again. But in the meantime, we'll be bringing you all the action here starting in a couple minutes. Stay tuned. And we're underway with the Friday evening session of the 26th annual Bird Bath Invitational. And in the water is event 9, heat 1. This is a girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Elizabeth from Watertown. Lane 2 is Maya from the Wave. Lane 3 is Mesa from the Wave. Lane 4 is Rowan from Tosa. Lane 5 is Charlotte from Tosa. Lane 6 is Harper from Schrader, and in lane 7 is Ada from the Wave. Those are your Heat 1 athletes in the girls 200-meter freestyle. Up next is Heat 2 with a total of 17 heats for event number 9. And our unofficial heat winner is in lane 2. That is Maya from the Wave. In the water is event 9, heat 2. This is a girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Olivia from Watertown. Lane 2 is Madeline from Northeast. And lane 3 is Molly from the Wave. Lane 4 is Kayla from Watertown. Lane 5 is Sarah from Schrader. Lane 6 is Anayenzi from Northeast. Lane 7 is Kirsten from Green Bay Y. And in lane 8 is Freya from Door County. Those are your Heat 2 athletes in the girls 200-meter freestyle. Up next, Heat 3. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 5. That's Sarah from Schrader. In the water is event 9, heat 3. This is the girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Alexi from Northeast. Lane 2 is Adeline from Door County. Lane 3 is Madison from Tosa. Lane 4 is Maya from Storm. Lane 5 is Sophia from Fox Cities. Lane 6 is Callista from Wanakee. Lane 7 is Madeline from Tosa. And in lane 8 is Calais from Schrader. Those are your heat 3 athletes in the girls 200-meter freestyle. Up next is heat 4. Our unofficial heat winner was in lane 6. That's Callista from Wanakee. In the water is event 9, heat 4. This is the girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Drisana from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Eloise from Tosa. Lane 3 is Hannah from McFarland. Lane 4 is Ellie from Fox Cities. Lane 5 is Amelia from Green Bay. Lane 6 is Giselle from Sheboygan. Lane 7 is Margaret from Tosa. And in lane 8 is Etta from Sheboygan. Those are your Heat 4 athletes. Up next is Heat 5 of the girls 200-meter freestyle. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 7. That's Margaret from Tosa. Heat 5 is next. In the water is event 9, heat 5. This is the girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Addison from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Grace from Chippewa Valley. Lane 3 is Carly from the Forest. Lane 4 is Sophia from McFarland. Lane 5 is Elise from Rocket. Lane 6 is Harper from Howard Swamico. Lane 7 is Cameron from McFarland. And in lane 8 is Allie from Storm. Those are your Heat 5 athletes. Up next is Heat number 6 in the girls 200-meter freestyle. Our unofficial heat winner was Sophia from McFarland in lane 4. Heat 6 is next. In the water is Event 9, Heat 6. This is the girls 200 meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Mara from McFarland. Lane 2 is Paige from DeForest. Lane 3 is Hayden from Woodson. Lane 4 is Audrey from Tosa. Lane 5 is Sanvitha from Fox Cities. Lane 6 is Emily from Fox Cities. Lane 7 is Emma from McFarland. And in lane 8 is Izzy from the Wave. Those are your Heat 6 athletes. Up next is Heat 7. Our unofficial heat winner is lane 4. That's Audrey from Tosa. Heat 7 is next. In the water is Event 9, Heat 7. This is the girls 200 meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Mickey from Chippewa Valley. Lane 2 is Elise from Green Bay. Lane 3 is B from the Wave. Lane 4 is Nora from Rocket. Lane 5 is Eddie from DeForest. Lane 6 is Kendall from McFarland. Lane 7 is Jasmine from Northern Lakes. And in lane 8 is Bria from Howard Swamico. Those are your Heat 9 athletes. I'm sorry, your Heat 7 athletes in Event 9. Up next is Heat 8, and we have a scratch in lane 2. And a scratch in lane 4 as well. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 8, that is Bria from Howard Swamico. Heat 8 is next. In the water is event 9, heat 8. This is the girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Kenzie from Chippewa Valley. Lane 2 is Lanai from Tosa. Lane 3 is Brinley from Green Bay. Lane 4 is Abby from Rocket. Lane 5 is Clara from Storm. Lane 6 is Reese from Northern Lakes. Lane 7 is Freddie from Tosa. And in lane 8 is Irene from Northern Lakes. Those are your heat 8 athletes. Up next is heat 9. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 1. That's Kenzie from Chippewa Valley. Heat 9 is next. In the water is event 9, heat 9. We're at the halfway point of the girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1, Daphne from Verona. Lane 2, Ariana from Green Bay Y. Lane 3 is Gabby from Storm. Lane 4 is Tiger from Sheboygan. Lane 5 is Ruth from Sheboygan. Lane 6 is Gabby from Chippewa Valley. Lane 7 is Delaney from Chippewa Valley. And lane 8 is Emily from Fox Cities. Those are your heat 9 athletes. Up next is heat number 10. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 7. That is Delaney from Chippewa Valley. Heat 10 is next. In the water is event 9, heat 10. This is the girls 200 meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Caitlin from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Elena from Schrader. Lane 3 is Morgan from Fox Cities. Lane 4 is Lily from Rocket. Lane 5 is Paige from Rocket. Lane 6 is Lil from McFarland. Lane 7 is Megan from Sheboygan. And in lane 8 is Avani from Storm. Those are your heat 10 athletes in the girls 200 meter freestyle. Up next is heat 11. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 6. This is Lil from McFarland. In the water is event 9, heat 11. This is the girls 200 meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Maddie from Schwabenon. Lane 2 is Avery from Fox Cities. Lane 3 is Lydia from Tosa. Lane 4 is Darren from Northern Lakes. Lane 5 is Reese from Verona. Lane 6 is Senia from Fox Cities. Lane 7 is Kenzie from Green Bay. And in lane 8 is Kendall from Rocket. Those are your Heat 11 athletes in the girls 200 meter freestyle. Up next is Heat 12, and there are 17 heats in event number 9. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 1. That's Maddie from Schwabenon. Heat 12 is next. In the water is event 9, heat 12. This is the girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Lauren from Green Bay. Lane 2 is Ella from Storm. Lane 3 is Avery from Tosa. Lane 4 is Laney from Fox Cities. Lane 5 is Nora from McFarland. Lane 6 is Claire from Fox Cities. Lane 7 is Addie from Rocket. And in lane 8 is Jaina from Rocket. Those are your Heat 12 athletes in the girls 200-meter freestyle. Up next is Heat 13. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That is Laney from Fox Cities. Heat 13 is next. In the water is event 9, heat 13. This is the girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Ava from McFarland. Lane 2 is Cypress from Watertown. Lane 3 is Kiana from Chippewa Valley. Lane 4 is Natalie from Schwabenon. Lane 5 is Eleanor from Chippewa Valley. Lane 6 is Linda from Chippewa Valley. Lane 7 is Kennedy from Verona. And in lane 8 is Rose from Chippewa Valley. Those are your Heat 13 athletes. Up next is Heat 14. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 2. That's Cypress from Watertown. Heat 14 is next. In the water is event 9, heat 14. This is a girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Adriana from DeForest. Lane 2 is Ainsley from Schwabenon. Lane 3 is Aya from Chippewa Valley. Lane 4 is Taylor from Woodson. Lane 5 is Jossie from Fox Cities. Lane 6 is Maya from from Schrader. Lane 7 is Gwen from Door County. And in lane 8 is Susanna from The Wave. Those are your Heat 14 athletes. Up next is Heat 15. An unofficial heat winner is in lane 1. That's Gwen from Door County. Heat 15 is next. In the water is event 9, heat 15. This is the girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Claire from The Wave. Lane 2 is Emily from Northern Lakes. Lane 3 is Riley from Northern Lakes. Lane 4 is Maggie from Rocket. Lane 5 is Lily from Rocket. Lane 6 is Lauren from Howard Swamico. Lane 7 is Allie from Fox Cities. And in lane 8 is Sydney from The Wave. Those are your Heat 15 athletes. Up next is Heat 16. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 1, and that's Claire from the Wave. You made your mom proud. Heat 16 is next. In the water is event 9, heat 16. This is the girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Brooklyn from Green Bay. Lane 2 is Emma from DeForest. Lane 3 is Morgan from Howard Swamico. Lane 4 is Emma from Verona. Lane 5 is Autumn from Fox Cities. Lane 6 is Kayla from Ashwaubenon. Lane 7 is Mila from Rocket. And in lane 8 is Leilani from McFarland. Those are your Heat 16 athletes. Up next is Heat 17, the final heat of the girls 200-meter freestyle. Oh, we have a scratch in lane 3. Our unofficial heat winner is Autumn from Fox Cities in lane 5. Up next, heat 17. In the water is event 9, heat 17. This is the final heat of the girls 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Peyton from Rocket. Lane 2 is Abby from Woodson. Lane 3 is Margaret from Schrader. Lane 4 is Violet from Howard Swamico. Lane 5 is Addie from Watertown. Lane 6 is Ella from Ashi. Lane 7 is Hadley from Verona. And in lane 8 is Afton from the Wave. Those are your Heat 17 athletes. Up next is event 10, the boys 200-meter freestyle. And there are 9 heats in event number 10. In that last heat, our unofficial heat winner was Margaret in lane 3. Now in the water is event 10, heat 1. This is the boys 200-meter freestyle. In lane 3 is Bear. Oh, we actually have some more entries in here. Lane 2 is Aiden from the Wave. Lane 3 is Bear from Door County. Lane 4 is William from the Wave. Lane 5 is Ellie from Rocket. And lane 6 is Ethan, unattached. I believe he's with the Wave now. And those are your Heat 1 athletes in the boys 200-meter freestyle. Up next is Heat 2, and there's a total of 9 heats in event number 10. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 6. That's Ethan from, well, he's unattached, but he's going to the Wave. Up next is heat 2. In the water is event 10, heat 2. This is a boys 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is James from Rocket. Lane 2 is Aiden from Northeast. Lane 3 is a scratch. Lane 4 is Abe from Fox Cities. Lane 5 is Oliver from the Wave. Lane 6 is Thatcher from Schrader. And in lane 7 is Spencer from Schrader. Those are your heat 2 athletes in the boys 200-meter freestyle. Up next is heat 3. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 7, that's Spencer from Schrader. Heat 3 is next. In the waters, event 10, heat 3. This is the boys 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Henry from DeForest. Lane 2 is Everett from DeForest. Lane 3 is Jackson from the Wave. Lane 4 is Ryan from Rocket. Lane 5 is Rittick from Rocket. Lane 6 is Timothy from Rocket. Lane 7 is Logan from Northern Lakes. And in lane 8 is Wyatt from McFarland. Those are your Heat 3 athletes. Up next is Heat 4. Wyatt from McFarland in lane 8 is our unofficial heat winner. Heat 4 is next. In the water is event 10, heat 4. This is the boys 200-meter freestyle. Lane 1 is Colin from the Wave, and lane 2 is Colin from Verona. Lane 3 is Reed from Rocket. Lane 4 is Judah from Tosa. Lane 5 is Nolan from Green Bay. Lane 6 is David from Fox Cities. Lane 7 is Parker from Watertown Inn. And lane 8 is Declan from Rocket. Those are your Heat 4 athletes. Up next is Heat 5. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That's Judah from Tosa. Heat 5 is next. In the water is event 10, heat 5. This is the boys 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Caleb from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Jacob from DeForest. Lane 3 is Logan from Rocket. Lane 4 is Will from Green Bay. Lane 5 is Perik Seat from Howard Swamico. Lane 7 is Caleb from DeForest. Lane 7 is Gilbert from Rocket. And in lane 8 is Eldon from Chippewa Valley. Those are your Heat 5 athletes. Up next is Heat 6. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 5 from Howard Swamico. That's Peric Seat. So we finish up heat 5. Heat 6 is next. In the water is event 10, heat 6. This is the boys 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Tristan from Tosa. Lane 2 is John from Green Bay. Lane 3 is Nathan from Rocket. Lane 4 is Jonathan from Tosa. Lane 5 is Jackson from Rocket. Lane 6 is Blake from Chippewa Valley. Lane 7 is Ryan from Fox Cities. And in lane 8 is Pat from Fox Cities. Those are your heat 6 athletes. Up next, heat 7. And our unofficial heat winner is in lane 7. That's Ryan from Fox Cities. Ryan, you made your folks proud. In the water is event 10, heat 7. This is the boys 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Caleb from McFarland. Lane 2 is Jack from Fox Cities. Lane 3 is Gunnison from Verona. Lane 4 is Rock from Schrader. Lane 5 is Mats from the Wave. Lane 6 is Ben from McFarland. Lane 7 is Riley from Storm. And in lane 8 is Charlie from Woodson. Those are your heat 7 athletes. Up next is heat 8. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 4, that's Rock from Schrader. Heat 8 is next. In the water is event 10, heat 8. This is the boys 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Quincy from Storm. Lane 2 is Cash from Chippewa Valley. Lane 3 is Gideon from the Wave. Lane 4 is Hayden from Ashi. Lane 5 is Maverick from Green Bay. Lane 6 is Nolan from Rocket. Lane 7 is Jacob from Chippewa Valley. And lane 8 is Noah from the Wave. Those are your Heat 8 athletes. Up next is Heat 9. Heat 9 is the final heat of event number 10. Our unofficial heat winner is lane 2. That's Cash from Chippewa Valley. Heat 9 is next. In the water is event 10, heat 9. It's the final heat of the boys 200-meter freestyle. In lane 1 is Logan from the Wave. Lane 2 is Sam from Howard Swamico. Lane 3 is Griffin from Howard Swamico. Lane 4 is Lion from McFarland. Lane 5 is Jackson from McFarland. Lane 6 is Bennett from Howard Swamico. Lane 7 is Andy from Howard Swamico. And in lane 8 is Zeph from Schrader. Those are your Heat 9 athletes. Up next is event 11, the girls. 50-meter backstroke. There are 27 heats in event number 11, and after this heat, our timers will be taking a waddle. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That is Lion from McFarland. And up next is event 11, the girls' 50-meter backstroke. And for that, our timers are going to be taking a walk. And here's a live shot again from the deck as they're moving to the other end. In the water is event 11, heat 1. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 3 is Anayensi from Northeast. Lane 4 is Vanessa from Schrader. And in lane 5 is Elena from Watertown. Up next is heat 2 of a total of 27 heats for event number 11. Elena from Watertown in lane 5 is our unofficial heat winner. Heat 2 is next. In the water is event 11, heat 2. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Leah from the Stingrays. Lane 2 is Isla from Schwabenon. Lane 3 is Yaslin from Schrader. Lane 4 is Sarah from Schrader. Lane 5 is Madeline from Tosa. Lane 6 is Sadie from Tosa. Lane 7 is Char from Schwabenon. And in lane 8 is Harper from Woodson. Those are your Heat 2 athletes. Up next is Heat 3. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 1. That's Leah from Stingrays. Heat 3 is next. In the water is event 11, heat 3. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Evelyn from Schrader. Lane 2 is Vivian from Tosa. Lane 3 is Elena from Schrader. Lane 4 is Harper from Schrader. Lane 5 is Brooklyn from Woodson. Lane 6 is Mia from Northeast. Lane 7 is Zoe from Green Bay Y. And in lane 8 is Kayla from Watertown. Up next, heat 4. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 5. That's Brooklyn from Woodson. In the water is event 11, heat 4. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1, Freya from the Wave. Lane 2, Olivia from Watertown. Lane 3, Emily from Howard Swamico. Lane 4, Camilla from Fox Cities. Lane 6 is B from the Wave. Lane 7 is Vika from Woodson. And lane 8 is Harper from Tosa. Up next, heat 5. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 7. That's Vika from Woodson. Heat 5 is next. In the water is event 11, heat 5. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Laura from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Aria from Fox Cities. Lane 3 is Claire from Fox Cities. Lane 4 is Charlotte from Chippewa Valley. Lane 5 is Alexandra from McFarland. Lane 6 is Olivia from Fox Cities. Lane 7 is Etta from Sheboygan. And in lane 8 is Elizabeth from Howard Swamico. Up next, heat 6. Our unofficial heat winner is Aria from Fox Cities in lane 2. Up next, heat 6. In the water is event 11, heat 6. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Eliana from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Aubrey from Ashwaubenon. Lane 3 is Ava from McFarland. Lane 4 is Isla from Fox Cities. Lane 5 is Presley from Howard Swamico. Lane 6 is Madison from Tosa. Lane 7 is Maris from Northeast. And in lane 8 is Emma from Northern Lakes. Up next, heat 7. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 2. That's Aubrey from Ashwaubenon. Heat 7 is next. In the water is event 11, heat 7. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Elena from DeForest. Lane 2 is Cecilia from Northern Lakes. Lane 3 is Maya from the Storm. Lane 4 is Nora from Watertown. Lane 5 is Sophia from Fox Cities. Lane 6 is Jocelyn from Howard Swamico. Lane 7 is Annika from Fox Cities. And in lane 8 is Kinsley from Northern Lakes. Those are your heat 7 athletes. Up next is heat 8. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That is Nora from Watertown. Heat 8 is next. In the water is event 11, heat 8. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Elliot from Northeast. Lane 2 is Eloise from Tosa. Lane 3 is Eloise from DeForest. Lane 4 is Ellie from Northern Lakes. Lane 5 is Anna from Northern Lakes. Lane 6 is Georgia from Fox Cities. Lane 7 is Ada from Northeast. And in lane 8 is Lucy from Stevens Point. Those are your heat 8 athletes. Up next is heat 9. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 8. That's Lucy from Stevens Point. In the water is event 11, heat 9. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Alice from Northern Lakes. Lane 2 is Brianna from Northeast. Lane 3 is Drisana from Fox Cities. Lane 4 is Sally from Wanakee. Lane 5 is Kennedy from Green Bay. Lane 6 is Ava from McFarland. Lane 7 is Margaret from Tosa. And in lane 8 is Leia from Fox Cities. Those are your Heat 9 athletes. Up next, Heat 10. Again, there are 27 heats in event number 11. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 5. That is Kennedy from Green Bay Y. Heat 10 is next. In the water is event 11, Heat 10. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Brooke from the Wave. Lane 2 is Clara from Fox Cities. Lane 3 is Isis from Schrader. Lane 4 is Mara from McFarland. Lane 5 is Ariana from Tosa. Lane 6 is Precia from Howard Swamico. Lane 7 is Grace from Chippewa Valley. And in lane 8 is Claire from Fox Cities. Those are your Heat 10 athletes. Up next is Heat 11. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 5. That is Ariana from Tosa. In the water is event 11, Heat 11. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Molly from the Wave. Lane 2 is Kylie from Rocket. Lane 3 is Lexi from Northeast. Lane 4 is Melody from Tosa. Lane 5 is Noreen from Sheboygan. Lane 6 is Brooke from Howard Swamico. Lane 7 is Amelia from Watertown. And in lane 8 is Evelyn, who's unattached. Those are your Heat 11 athletes. Up next is Heat 12. And we may have some off settings for our cameras here. We are in the process of preparing for a little rain, so apologies for that. We're probably going to be switching to the starting down from the turn-in camera to take a look at what's going on. So bear with us as we go through this. And our unofficial heat winner is in lane 6. That is Brooke from Howard Swamico. In the water is event 11, Heat 12. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Rowan from Tosa. Lane 2 is Harper from Howard Swamico. Lane 3 is Hannah from Fox Cities. Lane 4 is Lillian from Ashwaubenon. Lane 5 is Sino from Fox Cities. Lane 6 is Macy from Northern Lakes. Lane 7 is Amelia from Green Bay. And in lane 8 is Mara from Fox Cities. Those are your Heat 12 athletes. Up next is Heat 13. And we have a scratch in lane 7. And our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That is Lillian from Schwabenon. In the water is event 11, heat 13. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Rue from Howard Swamico. Lane 2 is Daisy from McFarland. Lane 3 is Hannah from McFarland. Lane 4 is Allie from Storm. Lane 5 is Madeline from Northeast. Lane 6 is Mickey from Chippewa Valley. And lane 7 is Lauren from Howard Swamico. Lane 8 is Eddie from Woodson. Up next is heat 14. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 7. That's Lauren from Howard Swamico. In the water is is event 11, heat 14. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Anna from McFarland. Lane 2 is Chloe from Howard Swamico. Lane 3 is Zella from Rocket. Lane 4 is Callista from Wanakee. Lane 5 is Eva from Green Bay. Lane 6 is Sasha from Fox Cities. Lane 7 is Sophia from McFarland. And in lane 8 is Zinley from Rocket. Those are your heat 14 athletes. Up next is heat 15. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4 is Callista from Wanakee. In the water is event 11, heat 15. This is a girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Elise from Rocket. Lane 2 is Ivy from Fox Cities. Lane 3 is Irene from Northern Lakes. Lane 4 is Sanvitha from Fox Cities. Lane 5 is Paige from DeForest. Lane 6 is Mia from Schrader. Lane 7 is Addie from Verona. And in lane 8 is Edison from Fox Cities. Those are your heat 15 athletes. Up next is heat 16. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 5. That is Paige from DeForest. Heat 16 is next. In the water is event 11, heat 16. This is the girls' 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Eva from Green Bay. Lane 2 is Kate from Green Bay. Lane 3 is Ren from Verona. Lane 4 is Claire from Fox Cities. Lane 5 is Ada from The Wave. Lane 6 is Lana from Chippewa Valley. Lane 7 is Izzy from The Wave. And in lane 8 is Elizabeth from the Stingrays. Those are your Heat 16 athletes. Up next is Heat 17. And we may have a little bit of shaky pictures and changing some camera angles here. We're working through getting our cameras giving them a little protection from the possibility of rain that may be coming here. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 6. That is Lana from Chippewa Valley. Heat 17 is next. In the water is event 11, heat 17. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. And lane 1 is Lucy from DeForest. Lane 2 is Masden from Fox Cities. Lane 3 is Elise from Green Bay. Lane 4 is Ruth from Sheboygan. Lane 5 is Maya from Northern Lakes. Lane 6 is Sophia from Watertown. And lane 7 is Hattie from Chippewa Valley. And in lane 8 is Caitlin from Fox Cities. We have a scratch in lane 3. Those are your heat 17 athletes. Up next is heat 18. Again, of a total of 27 heats for event number 11. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 6. That is Sophia from Watertown. In the water is event 11, heat 18. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Kirsten from Green Bay Y. Lane 2 is Ella from Northern Lakes. Lane 3 is Julia from the Wave. Lane 4 is Kenzie from Chippewa Valley. Lane 5 is Lily from Rocket. Lane 6 is Kiki from Verona. Lane 7 is Addie from DeForest. And lane 8 is Brinley from Green Bay. Those are your Heat 18 athletes. Up next, Heat 19. In the water is event 11, heat 19. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Nora from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Nora from Rocket. Lane 3 is Kiana from Chippewa Valley. Lane 4 is Catherine from Watertown. Lane 5 is Madeline from Howard Swamico. Lane 6 is Katie from McFarland. Lane 7 is Leah from Howard Swamico. And in lane 8 is Jules from Tosa. Those are there's a scratch in lane 2, and those are your Heat 19 athletes. Up next is Heat 20. Our unofficial Heat winner is in lane 4. That is Catherine from Watertown. In the water is event 11, heat 20. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1, Taylor from Woodson. Lane 2, Lauren from Green Bay. Lane 3, Elizabeth from Watertown. Lane 4, Susanna from the Wave. Lane 5, Brooke from Verona. Lane 6, Lily from Howard Swamico. Lane 7, Aubrey from Stevens Point. And in lane 8 is Josie from Green Bay. Those are your Heat 20 athletes. Up next, Heat 21. And your unofficial heat winner is Susanna from the Wave in lane 4. In the water is event 11, heat 21. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. Lane 1 is Ella from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Reese from Northern Lakes. Lane 3 is Leilani from McFarland. Lane 4 is Molly from Wanakee. Lane 5 is Vivian from Chippewa Valley. Lane 6 is Lily from Rocket. Lane 7 is Mallory from Stevens Point. And in lane 8 is Reese from Verona. Those are your Heat 21 athletes. Up next is Heat 22. And your unofficial heat winner is in lane 3. That's Leilani from McFarland. In the water is event 11, heat 22. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1, I believe we have a scratch. Lane 2 is Lucy from Chippewa Valley. Lane 3 is Brenna from DeForest. Lane 4 is Avery from Tosa. Lane 5 is Addie from Rocket. Lane 6 is Gabby from the Wave. Lane 7 is Ella from Storm. And in lane 8 is Claire from Fox Cities. Those are your Heat 22 athletes. Up next, Heat 23. And your unofficial heat winner is in lane 3. That is Brenna from DeForest. In the water is event 11, heat 23. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. Lane 1 is Clara from Storm. Lane 2 is Ivani from Storm. Lane 3 is Peyton from Rocket. Lane 4 is Kinsley from Rocket. Lane 5 is Kendall from Rocket. Lane 6 is Jaina from Rocket. Lane 7 is Mila from Rocket. And in lane 8 is Lydia from Tosa. Those are your Heat 23 athletes. Up next, Heat 24. And your unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That's Kinsley from Rocket. In the water is event 11, heat 24. This is a girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1, we have a scratch. Lane 2 is Eleanor from Chippewa Valley. Lane 3 is Braley from the Wave. Lane 4 is Lanai from Tosa. Lane 5 is Paige from Rocket. Lane 6 is Lil from McFarland. Lane 7 is Rose from Chippewa Valley. And in lane 8, Cameron from Northern Lakes. And we also have a scratch in lane 4. Those are your Heat 24 athletes. Up next, Heat 25. Your unofficial heat winner is in lane 6. That's Lil from McFarland. In the water is event 11, heat 25. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Cypress from Watertown. Lane 2 is Autumn from Fox Cities. Lane 3 is Celia from Rocket. Lane 4 is Raylan from Watertown. Lane 5 is Aaron from the Wave. Lane 6 is Greta from Rocket. Lane 7 is Sophia from the Wave. And in lane 8 is Adriana from DeForest. Those are your Heat 25 athletes. There is a scratch in lane 3. Up next is Heat 26. And there's only one more heat after this for the girls 50-meter backstroke. And our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That is Raylan from Watertown. In the water is event 11, heat 26. This is the girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Claire from Stevens Point. Lane 2 is Addie from Watertown. Lane 3 is Lauren from the Wave. Lane 4 is Maddie from the Wave. Lane 5 is Kaylee from Howard Swamico. Lane 6 is Elin from Chippewa Valley. Lane 7 is Peyton from Schrader. And in lane 8 is Emma from Northern Lakes. Those are your Heat 26 athletes. Up next is Heat 27, the final heat of the girls 50-meter backstroke. And our unofficial heat winner is Lauren from the Wave in lane 3. In the water is event 11, heat 27. This is the final heat of the girls 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Maddie from Rocket. Lane 2 is Afton from the Wave. Lane 3 is Ella from Ashi. Lane 4 is Kelsey from Woodson. Lane 5 is Sadie from the Stingrays. Lane 6 is Hadley from Verona. Lane 7 is Kaylin from Northern Lakes. And in lane 8 is Emma from Verona. Those are your Heat 27 athletes. Up next is event 12, the boys 50-meter backstroke. And there's 11 heats in event number 12. And your unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That is Kelsey from Woodson. In the water is event 12, heat 1. This is the boys 50-meter backstroke. In lane 2 is Oliver from Tosa. Lane 3 is Oliver from the Wave. Lane 4 is Jefferson from Door County. Lane 5 is Zane from the Stingrays. Lane 6 is Will from Schrader. And in lane 7 is Bear from Door County. And it looks like we have a couple others. We have in lane 1 is Chester from Schrader, and in lane 8 is Ethan from, well, he's from the Wave now, and he is our unofficial heat winner. So good on Ethan. Heat 2 is next. In the water is event 12, heat 2. This is a boys 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1, Ezra from the Wave. Lane 2, Teddy from the Wave. Lane 3, Lachlan from Door County. Lane 4, Ian from the Wave. Lane 5, Landon from Door County. Lane 6 is Charlie from Woodson. Lane 7 is Ben from Schrader. And in lane 8, Thatcher from Schrader. Those are your heat 2 athletes. Up next, heat 3. And our unofficial heat winner is in lane 8. That's Thatcher from Schrader. Officials timeout on deck. In the water is event 12, heat 3. This is a boys 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Emmett from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Eero from Tosa. Lane 3 is Max from DeForest. Lane 4 is Jet from Fox Cities. Lane 5 is Jackson from Sheboygan. Lane 6 is Liam from Fox Cities. Lane 7 is Harrison from McFarland. And in lane 8 is Hugh from the Wave. Those are your heat 3 athletes. Up next is heat 4. And our unofficial heat winner is in lane 8. That's Hugh from the Wave. We did have scratches in lane 5 and lane 7. In the water is event 12, heat 4. This is the boys 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Brandon from DeForest. Lane 2 is a scratch. Lane 3 is Lewis from Fox Cities. Lane 4 is Charlie from the Wave. Lane 5 is Matthew from McFarland. Lane 6 is also a scratch. Lane 7 is Luke from Rocket. And lane 8 is Jack from Rocket. Those are your Heat 12, your Heat 4 athletes. Up next is Heat 5. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That's Charlie from the Wave. In the water is event 12, heat 5. This is the boys 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1, Henry from the Wave. Lane 2 is Abe from Fox Cities. Lane 3 is Alex from the Wave. Lane 4 is Nick from the Stingrays. Lane 5 is a scratch. Lane 6 is Nathan from Fox Cities. Lane 7 is Sean from Sheboygan. And in lane 8 is Tony from Fox Cities. Those are your Heat 5 athletes. Up next is Heat 6. And our unofficial heat winner is in lane 7. That's Sean from Sheboygan. In the water is event 12, heat 6. This is the boys 50-meter backstroke. Lane 1 is Nolan from Green Bay. Lane 2 is Henry from Storm. Lane 3 is Keaton from Rocket. Lane 4 is Charlie from McFarland. Lane 5 is Nathan from Rocket. Lane 6 is David from Fox Cities. And lane 7 is Jacob from Green Bay. And in lane 8 is a scratch. Those are your Heat 6 athletes. Up next, Heat 7. In the water is event 12, heat 7. This is the boys 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Parth from Howard Swamico. Lane 2 is Everett from DeForest. Lane 3 is James from Rocket. Lane 4 is Jacopo from Green Bay. Y. Lane 5 is Lay from Northern Lakes. Lane 5 is Martin from the Wave. Lane 6 is Harrison from McFarland. And in lane 8 is Kai from Northern Lakes. Those are your Heat 7 athletes. Up next is Heat 8. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 7, that's Harrison from McFarland. In the water is event 12, heat 8. This is the boys 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Miles from Verona. Lane 2 is Jacob from Howard Swamico. Lane 3 is Noah from McFarland. Lane 4 is Will from Green Bay. Lane 5 is Colin from Verona. Lane 6 is Lucas from Howard Swamico. Lane 7 is Julian from McFarland. And in lane 8 is Sid from Verona. Up next, heat 9. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 7. That's Julian from McFarland. In the water is event 12, heat 9. This is the boys 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Judah from Tosa. Lane 2 is Caleb from DeForest. Lane 3 is Zephyr from DeForest. Lane 4 is Aiden from Northeast. Lane 5 is Ben from Fox Cities. Lane 6 is Bryce from Tosa. Lane 7 is Ritik from Rocket. And in lane 8 is John from Green Bay. Up next, heat 10. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 7, that's Ritik from Rocket. In the water is event 12, heat 10. This is the boys 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1 is Gilbert from Rocket. Lane 2 is Quincy from Storm. Lane 3 is Noah from Wave. Lane 4 is Michael from McFarland. Lane 5 is Quinn from Howard Swamico. Lane 6 is Brian from DeForest. Lane 7 is Adriel from Schrader. And in lane 8 is Peter from Wanakee. Those are your Heat 10 athletes. Up next is Heat 11. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 3, that's Noah from the Wave. And lane 2 is a scratch. In the water is event 12, heat 11. This is the final heat of the boys 50-meter backstroke. In lane 1, Hayden from Nashi. Lane 2 is Will from Howard Swamico. Lane 3 is Cash from Chippewa Valley. Lane 4 is Aiden from the Wave. Lane 5 is Jackson from McFarland. Lane 6 is Arthur from the Wave. Lane 7 is Maverick from Green Bay Y. And in lane 8 is Jack from Fox Cities. Those are your Heat 11 athletes. Up next is the combined Heat 1 of events 13 and 14 of the girls and boys 200-meter butterfly. So we will have both girls and boys in Heat 1. For events 13 and 14, we will then go to Heat 13. We will then go to event 13, Heat 2, and then event 14, Heat 2. So the combined Heats 1 of event 13 and 14 will be next. And our unofficial heat winner was in lane 4. That was Aiden from the Wave. And now we're going live to the pool deck as our timers come back to the blocks. In the water is a combined Heats 1 of events 13 and 14. This is the girls and boys 200-meter butterfly. In lane 1 is Maryland from the Wave. Lane 2 is Gabby from Storm. Lane 3 is Claire from the Wave. Lane 6 is Cameron from Verona. Lane 7 is Riley from Storm. And in lane 8 is Smith from the Wave. Those are your Heats 1 athletes for events 13 and 14. We may have a scratch in lane 3. We're not seeing the names of the boys up there. Apologies for that, but that's just the way it works when you combine these events like this, these heats like this. Up next is going to be event 13, Heat 2 for the girls 200-meter butterfly.
This is hit 2 of event 13, combined boys and girls 200-meter butterfly. This is event 14, boys 200-meter butterfly hit 2. This is event 15, girls 200 meter breaststroke, heat 1.
And our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That's Nora from Watertown. Thank you to Tomas for filling in for a little bit there. So I can take a break. We are holding out here for getting ready for rain. We're down one camera, which was out in the bright sunshine. We'll see what we can do here. In the water is event 15, heat 2. This is the girls 200 meter breaststroke. In lane 1 is Audrey from Tosa. Lane 2 is Eddie from Verona. Lane 3 is Ruthie from Schrader. Lane 4 is Zinley from Rocket. Lane 5 is Calais from Schrader. Lane 6 is Daphne from the Wave. And in lane 7 is Mai from Watertown. Those are your, and there's no one in lane 8. And those are your Heat 2 athletes. Up next is Heat 3 of a total of 12 heats for event number 15. Our unofficial heat winner, lane 6, Daphne from the Wave. You made your mom proud. In the water is event 15, heat 3. This is a girls' 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1 is Lucy from Schrader. Lane 2 is Claire from Fox Cities. Lane 3 is Emmy from McFarland. Lane 4 is Emily from Fox Cities. Lane 5 is Linda from Chippewa Valley. Lane 6 is Nora from Howard Swamico. Lane 7 is Braley from the Wave. And in lane 8 is Claire from Chippewa Valley. Those are your Heat 3 athletes. Up next is Heat 4. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 7. That's Braley from the Wave. We had a scratch in lane 5. In the water is event 15, heat 4. This is the girls 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1 is Emily from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Ruth from Sheboygan. Lane 3 is Lydia from Fox Cities. Lane 4 is Freddie from Tosa. Lane 5 is Irene from Northern Lakes. Lane 6 is Kylie from Rocket. Lane 7 is Claire from Fox Cities. And in lane 8, Louisa from the Wave. Those are your heat 4 athletes. Up next is heat 5. And our unofficial heat winner is Kylie from Rocket in lane 6. Heat 5 is next. In the water is event 15 in heat 5. This is the girls 200 meter breaststroke. In lane 1 is Kenzie from Chippewa Valley. Lane 2 is Leah from Howard Swamico. Lane 3 is Ivy from Fox Cities. Lane 4, Alice from the Wave. Lane 5 is Megan from Sheboygan. Lane 6 is Eva from Green Bay. Lane 7 is Clara from Storm. And lane 8 is Mazden from Fox Cities. Those are your heat 5 athletes. Up next is the heat 6. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 6. That's Eva from Green Bay. In the water is event 15, heat 6. This is the girls 200 meter breaststroke. In lane 1 is Brooke from Howard Swamico. Lane 2 is Zella from Rocket. Lane 3 is Aya from Chippewa Valley. Lane 4 is Aubrey from Northern Lakes. Lane 5 is Kenzie from Green Bay. Lane 6 is Abby from the Wave. Lane 7 is Lana from Chippewa Valley. And in lane 8 is Bria from Howard Swamico. Those are your Heat 6 athletes. Up next is Heat 7. The rain is starting to come down here at Herb Park Pool. We're getting a little covered up here. Umbrellas are coming out, and but the swimmers keep swimming. Some of them actually like the rain. So we should be, as long as there's no thunder, we should be okay. We've got our cameras under cover. So we'll see how we do here. Keep monitoring the situation. Our unofficial heat winner was in lane 7. That was Lana from Chippewa Valley. Now in the water is event 15, heat 7. This is the girls 200-meter butterfly. In lane 1 is Lillian from Schwabenau. Lane 2, Brindley from Green Bay. Lane 3, Allie from Fox Cities. Lane 4 is Aubrey from Stevens Point. Lane 5 is Raylan from Watertown. Lane 6 is Gabby from Storm. Lane 7 is Claire from Fox Cities. And lane 8 is Ella from Storm. Those are your Heat 7 athletes. Up next is Heat 8. And we're just doing a little maneuvering here to keep the rain out from our electronics that are, even though we're here under the broadcast cabana, the wind's starting to blow a little bit. The rain's coming down a lot harder now. We are figuring out how things are working here and improvising here. The broadcast truck was out of our budget for this year, so Yeah, we are making do with what we have. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 5. That's Raylan from Watertown. In the water is event 15, heat 8. This is the girls 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1 is Delaney from Chippewa Valley. Lane 2 is Josie from Green Bay. Lane 3 is Madeline from Howard Swamico. Lane 4 is Grace from Schrader. Lane 5 is Darren from Northern Lakes. Lane 6 is Caroline from Green Bay. Lane 7 is Emily from The Wave. And lane 8 is Kiana from Chippewa Valley. Those are your Heat 8 athletes. Up next is Heat 9 of a total of 12 heats for event number 15. And our officials and coaches are doing yeoman's work out there as the rain starts pouring down. And Brad's coming up with different solutions here to help us keep dry. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 6, that's Caroline from Green Bay. In the water is event 15, heat 9. This is a girls 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1 is Ava from Watertown. Lane 2 is Evie from Fox Cities. Lane 3 is Emily from Northern Lakes. Lane 4 is Reese from the Wave. Lane 5 is Ava from McFarland. Lane 6 is Brooklyn from Woodson. Lane 7 is Sammy from Woodson. And lane 8 is Molly from Wanakee. Those are your heat 9 athletes. Up next is heat 10. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 4, that's Reese from the Wave. In the water is event 15, heat 10. This is a girls 200-meter breaststroke. Lane 1 is Emma from Howard Swamico. Lane 2 is Abby from Northern Lakes. Lane 3 is Tiger from Sheboygan. Lane 4 is Avery from DeForest. Lane 5 is Bristol from DeForest. Lane 6 is Finley from Woodson. Lane 7 is Edelin from Woodson. And lane 8 is Aubrey from Chippewa Valley. Those are your heat 10 athletes. Up next is heat 11. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 6. That is Finley from Woodson. In the water is event 15, heat 11. This is the girls' 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1 is Addie from Fox Cities. Lane 2 is Sophie from Northern Lakes. Lane 3 is Gabby from the Wave. Lane 4 is Isabella from Fox Cities. Lane 5 is Ava from Northern Lakes. Lane 6 is Kaylee from Howard Swamico. Lane 7 is Brooklyn from Green Bay. And lane 8 is Julia from Howard Swamico. Those are your Heat 11 athletes. Up next is Heat 12, the final heat of event number 15. And our unofficial heat winners in lane 3, that's Gabby from the Wave. You made your mom proud. In the water is event number 15, heat number 12. This is the final heat of the girls' 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1 is Kylie from Schrader. Lane 2 is Sophia from Howard Swamico. Lane 3 is Stella from Northern Lakes. Lane 4 is Ella from Ashi. Lane 5 is Abby from Howard Swamico. Lane 6 is Kaylin from Northern Lakes. Lane 7 is Hannah from Schrader. And in lane 8 is Kelsey from Woodson. Those are your Heat 12 athletes. Up next is event 16, the boys 200-meter breaststroke, and there are 5 heats in event 16. And event 16 is the final event for the Friday evening session and for day one of the 26th Bird Bath Invitational. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That is Ella from Ashi and NYU. Event 16 is next. In the water is event 16, heat 1. This is the boys 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 3 is Bear from Door County. Lane 4 is Logan from Northern Lakes. Lane 5 is Nick from the Stingrays. In lane 6 is Riley from Storm. Those are your Heat 1 athletes. Up next is Heat 2 of a total of 5 heats for event number 16, the final event of the evening. And we have a scratch lane 3, so we just have swimmers in 4, 5, and 6. Still a small but mighty crowd here as people kind of start closing up camp for the evening. If you are watching outside in the family village outside of the pool area, you have to take everything down and bring it with you. You can't just take it down and leave it. Is that correct, meet director? All stuff, all equipment, tents has to be out of the parents' village.
Correct. It has to be dropped and stowed, and they can be then placed up against the outer fence for overnight.
Okay, you heard it right from the meet director, Bruce Romberg. This is he has done, I think, about a third of the bird baths that have been has ever taken place. So he's been involved in this meet for well over a decade. And an official heat winner is Riley from Storm in lane 6. In the water is event 16, heat 2. This is the boys' 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1, Spencer from Schrader. Lane 2, Keaton from Rocket. Lane 3, Colin from the Wave. Lane 4, Tony from Fox Cities. Lane 5, Jefferson from Door County. Lane 6, Landon from Door County. And in lane 7, Lachlan from Door County. Those are your heat 2 athletes. Up next is heat 3 of a total of 5 heats for event number 16. And the rain is slowed down a little bit. It's just a lot lighter than it was before, but still coming down at a good clip. And we'll be done here soon. And then we'll be back here tomorrow morning. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 1. That's Spencer from Schrader. In the water is event 16, heat 3. This is the boys 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1, Lucas from Howard Swamico. Lane 2, Daniel from Stingrays. Lane 3, Pat from Fox Cities. Lane 4, Theo from Woodson. Lane 5, Jacob from Howard Swamico. Lane 6, Jackson from the Wave. Lane 7, Riley from Green Bay. And in lane 8 is Henry from DeForest. Those are your heat 3 athletes. Up next is heat 4, and there are 5 total heats for the boys 200-meter breaststroke. Our unofficial heat winners in lane 4, that's Theo from Woodson. In the water is event 16, heat 4. This is the boys 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1, Tristan from Tosa. Lane 2 is Julian from McFarland. Lane 3, Quincy from the Storm. Lane 4, Isaac from McFarland. Lane 5, Brian from DeForest. Lane 6, Jackson from Chippewa Valley. Lane 7, Dragomir from Tosa. And lane 8 is John from Green Bay. Those are your Heat 4 athletes. Up next is Heat 5, the final heat of the session and the evening. And our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4, Isaac from McFarland. In the water is event 16, heat 5. This is the final heat of the boys 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1, Carter from Howard Swamico. Lane 2, Griffin from Howard Swamico. Lane 3, Quinn from Howard Swamico. Lane 4, Bennett from Howard Swamico. Lane 5, Hayden from Ashi. Lane 6, Burke from Fox Cities. Lane 7, Landon from Stevens Point. And in lane 8, Park Seat from Howard Swamico. Those are your Heat 5 athletes. This is the final heat of the evening, the session, and day one of the 26th Bird Bath Invitational. Our unofficial heat winner is in lane 4. That is Bennett from Howard Swamico. And this concludes our session for this evening and day one of the 26th Bird Bath Invitational. Thanks to the extended crew, the McPeak crew, Rowan, Graham, and of course, Papa, for all the help in getting us through this. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back here tomorrow. Erd Park Pool, bright and early for day 2 of the 26th Bird Bath Invitational. On behalf of all the live stream crew, this is Mike. Have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow.